need it. Also reading contents. Multiplying it by, dividing it by itself and outputting the value of 1, outputting as red, to show that we have at least some of it. It is a positive value of have in the network. We have it, more than any, more than 0, then there is at least one available, therefore we have it. This is just temporary, it's still there. It's each times 1, just does nothing. Okay, green circuit color minus red, and output each. So if we need it and have it, that goes to 0, therefore it does nothing. If we need it and don't have it, it's 1 minus 0 equals 1, so it's positive. Then we multiply it by stack size, and then we pass it through a selector Combinator array to randomize the output and only choose 5 items at once, because 5 is the max filter count on entities like inserters or loaders or whatever. And I want it to rotate between different signals so that it doesn't get stuck on any one item. And the real question then is, are these things that it's claiming we need correct? Does this make sense? If I look at it, what's confusing is I'm trying to fix the issue where with the buffer request that Ming's using, this kind of gets confused, like. If I were to place down one of these and tell it that I want to make something like really expensive and specific. Cliff explosives, that's something that we definitely don't have any building making yet. That's going to set it to request explosives. Are explosives showing up in the list of things that it wants now? Yes. If I delete that, do explosives go away? Yes. Alright, I think that's working. So, I can get rid of this thing. And it works. You did it. Final step for arcads. Need potatoes. We're gonna grow potatoes? Really? Okay, I am gonna focus today. I'm gonna focus, and I'm gonna focus hard on the 4th science pack. That's my whole goal. I'm just gonna figure out this whole integration science pack thing. I don't know if I'm going to do it in the factory planner, or if I'm just going to do it all in the test world, or what, but I'm going to make a build in a brick, or multiple bricks, and it's just going to make Science Pack 4. Good afternoon, JB. How's it going? Alright, so I fixed this thing. It does work, and I'm going to compress this down into a more organized setup. I described all of the settings, or the setup for it, so we got that going for us too. Little space here. Ba-bum. Bum. Alright, so that little thing, I mean, I could make it more of a square, but I still want to keep them in order. And I think I also want to, I liked what I saw, I think it was Jay we do. I'm going to put, like, steps. That's not how you do it. Bum. Alright, let's grab this thing. We're going to put it over here, next to the deposit. And this logic now is going to replace, or maybe for now I'll just be in addition to, the other logic that I had set up, because I don't want to break. Green wire connection that needs to get from here. And let's replace like 2 of these. These are just raw resources, though. It also needs to do it out of these as well. Actually, is there any harm in mixing the signals? Out of curiosity. I don't think so. I kind of forgot what this one does specifically, but this is like checking... Right, this is checking based on just what's needed for that stuff, right? It doesn't... In fact... Shouldn't intermetallics already be... Yeah, intermetallics is already showing up as one of the things we need. Okay, I think I can replace this then. Like that. And that means that I don't need any of this anymore. Because this new thing that I did is just strictly better. Not sure what I was doing with these. Was probably my first attempt at figuring it out. I did install a mod since yesterday. It's this mod called No Night 2.0. I remember yesterday I was kind of whining a little bit about not being able to see while looking around the map, especially while using like the mini-map to find stuff, or while using the whatever it's called. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Okay. Yep, so it does not affect solar panels. That's one of the things that I made sure about. It completely has no actual effect on actual gameplay, like balance or anything like that. It just strictly makes it so that we can see, which is more for your benefit, but also mostly mine, because I just can't stand it. It does make it so that you don't need to place lights, and lights do kind of add a pretty aesthetic to the game, I think, but it's worse to just have so many builds that are completely dark. Yep. Okay, this does not need to be shown in alt mode. I think I'm actually going to save a copy of this too. This could be useful in future builds. Okay, time to focus on science, right? I'm gonna do it. For reals, for reals. Into the test world we go. So, what is a reasonable target for science per second for the 4th science pack? That's probably the first place I should start. Or perhaps let's start with factory planner. Product is 4th science pack. Let's say that the goal is to right. And research machines to make 1 per second to start. I want to ratio it all around as few as possible. Like, just try to run 1 machine and then multiply it all out or something. Maybe 1 is a good place to start. 1 per second is more than is needed, do you think? Is there any limit on importing blueprints? There is, yeah. What are you trying to import, JB? We have it, the default permissions are set so that people can't use blueprint importation simply because it's Pyanodons. But if you can confirm that you aren't trying to, like, bring in something specific from a personal Pyanodons playthrough, you're just trying to bring something else in, then I'll give you permission to do it. I just don't want people to just join out of the blue and be like, oh yeah, I solved this before, here's the solution. Because it's more about the journey than the destination. Okay, so you did something in the save last night? No problem. Perfect. I will pull you over into the admin group for right now. Feel free to bring it in. Should work right away. That's exactly the type of thing that, like, I want people to be able to do. You should definitely be able to take a save from yesterday, play around in the test world, figure it out yourself, and then bring your work from home. Bring home your, you know, bring your homework back to school, so to speak. Okay, what was I doing? Right, I am playing up here. And I'm playing in Recipe Book. Nope, I'm playing in Factory Planner. So you think that 1 per second is more than needed? Like what? Oh, 10 science per minute. Oh, so 0.16, that's just running like two machines? Well, moss is something that I don't think we have to worry about. We can just import that. Let's start with this. I'm going to look through the list of stuff in the network and see how many of these things we can reliably, safely expect to import. I assume moss is totally fine. 3 provider stations with a total of only 5,000 moss. And dropping. 6K currently transit. Still seems fairly easy to print down a new moss build. Also, that makes me wonder, did we ever end up getting a better recipe for moss and, like, not upgrade them all? That's entirely possible. No, we still just have the 2 moss. Wait. Yeah, no, this is a perfect example of it. We've got moss 1. And we've got moss 2. And this entire moss brick is using moss... Wait. The top row is using 1, the bottom row is using 2. Not enough stone to keep it constantly made, so okay, so that's why you put some. But there's plenty of stone now, there's 15k there. The difference in moss throughput's really high, 0.08 per second versus 0.2, it's like 2.5 times as much. Okay, I did set up some logic that I don't think really did impact, like, UPS at all, up here, a couple days ago, where all I did was check to see if there's biomass on the belts, and if there is biomass, it makes it use the better recipe, and if there isn't, it uses the bad recipe. Perhaps we should just do the same thing for this whole setup with stone. Must smarten the base. Might be better to scale the worst recipe. I don't think that sounds correct. Let me grab a copy of this whole thing. Okay, so first thing we do is we check to see which recipe is more dominant. Mouse Combinator, send the signal for both versions of Moss. We want to do Moss 8, and we want to do Moss 16. This will set recipe. And if both signals are passed, it chooses Moss 1. If I remove, it updates to Moss 2. Okay. The Moss 1 is dominant, which means we do the same thing that I did here. We always send the signal for 2. No. We always send the... yeah, no. We always send the signal for 2. And we conditionally, if there's no stone on the belts, then we send the signal for Moss 1. Okay, so we're not currently detecting any stone because I haven't wired it yet, so now we just have to check this belt to see if there is stone, and if there is stone, it'll be 2, and if there's no stone, go back to 1. Now the question is, does it do the whole row all at once, or do we... Looks like I had already wired these across to each other too, at one point. Perhaps instead of checking the belts, we should check the warehouse. The deposit. Like, if there's stone in the warehouse, that means that the belts are totally full. And therefore, all of the Moss machines should be using the recipe that uses stone. If there's no stone in the deposit, then that means that the belts are potentially with some stone, but not full stone, so all of the machines just go default to the bad recipe. That makes sense to me. It also means I have fewer overall combinators. I'm gonna put this logic right next to the thing. We'll grab the contents of the warehouse. And yeah, just check to see if there's at least some stone in there. There's currently no stone because I'm simulating it, so if I have stone in here now, they should all switch to, well, How do I put a ton of stone in all at once? Bum, 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 bum. Something is broken. It is not working. Ah, because they aren't told to set recipe yet. Okay, then we gotta deal with the potential for them to switch to a worse recipe, but they have to get rid of their supply. So if the stone suddenly disappears, which we can simulate by just disconnecting, then that tells them to instantly turn off that recipe, but then they can't do the basic until they get rid of their stone. And now they're putting stone onto the moss output belt, which is not the worst thing in the world, but I'll need to deal with that. What I should probably do is just filter the stone out at the end. And that way I don't have to use an extra inserter. Okay, add the... check these. Actually, this stone... It needs to come out of the machines. But I can't let it build up too much in this deposit. Maybe I should just route it back to the warehouse instead of routing it into this output. I don't know how many belts it might need, so for security I'll just probably run all 4 belts all the way back. This is a belt going up. Sort of annoying. Maybe we can get by with just 2. I don't know if I need to limit the input on the return feed here. Okay, first we'll copy paste this whole row onto each one to add the green wires. We'll add green wires across each section. Looks like I missed. Come on. Connected. Alright. Do we have stone? Okay. Change over. The ones that are on 1 right now are receiving a signal to do recipe 2, but they're still doing recipe 1, presumably because they want to finish their current cycle. Try resetting. They should all be on 2, shouldn't they? Well, they should all start on 1 because there's no stone in here. Alright, let's add a temporary constant combinator to simulate that the warehouse has stone in it from the beginning. Then if I delete and reset, they should all start on 2. But then they run out of stone, so they go back to 1, and then the stone comes back. Next train delivers some, they finish their current cycle, and then go back to 2. That all should work. Where in the hell have you been last 5 years? I've been streaming fairly often, fairly consistently, not every day, but you must be referring to YouTube. Yeah, get rid of all the stuff that I was using to temporarily do whatever. And we should be good to copy paste everything but the train station. Right on top of this guy. Parameters. What part did I get? Is it the parameters of the fluids over here that I'm... 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. It's because the deposit has it too. I think I can ignore that and just let it... Yeah, so I stopped putting up as much stuff on YouTube. I did just start releasing the first couple episodes of this Pyanodons run, but YouTube stopped being the same platform. It changed a lot in terms of like what type of content they want people to make and how they promote your channel and whatever based on whether you're doing what they want. So that's why. Excuse me. I'm out of belt already? That's weird. Alright, that should work. The stone that's in here. Interesting. Why does the stone continue forward? Why did I do that? Oh, there's a fifth row. Right, there are 5 blocks. That's why this is supposed to be moss. Okay, so we just need to add this. Okay, the wires should be working. We should be sending signal 2 through. And every machine should be using the better recipe. Except for these ones at the end, because they are trying to purge their current inventory. But then they will just immediately get the signal to do recipe 2 again. They should just slowly switch on one by one. Yep. And this one... I might need... more. Let's have this split. The task of returning the stone onto both belts instead of just one. So this one can drain a little bit quicker. Yeah, they appear to all be working now. That's going to be 60 moss per second. Well, there. I think I did it. Are you proud of me, Jaleo? Or Jawi? Whoever it was that said that we didn't have enough stone to maintain it. What's wrong with these? Wait, what? They don't have any moss in them? That's strange. I fixed it, but I also broke it. Ba-ba-bum. Perhaps what? I can't even see your name. Hawkmore's in the way. Perhaps. Yeah, I like the idea of these recipes. Assuming it doesn't impact performance, that seems like a good way to handle production chains in Pyanodons. Because each time you add a new, like, extra ingredient, it drastically 2.5x's in most cases the overall production, but okay, get rid of this thing. Don't need this anymore. This was something I still want to maybe come back to. This whole syngas situation. This is when I was working on gravel and stone crushing, and I don't think we ended up needing it. Get rid of it. Alright, back to this whole science thing. So, yes, I think we'll have enough moss, is the overall takeaway. And if not, I'll add another one of those moss bricks. In fact, we could just paint it. Paint another one. Do we make enough landfill? Yeah, wow, 15k. That's kind of surprising. Never enough? Nope, but it's better. We have 15k in storage right now. No one is filling entire brick. Jaleo, there's a much better way to do stone. It's actually really cool. So if you do... I'm gonna go there. If you do mining drills directly into splitters and have the one of them set to filter the Kerrigan, you can double stack, double outload the I forgot where that was. And fill. Bum bum bum, right over there. Okay. A train here yet? And I lost it again. Here it is. Yeah, I'm gonna go set it up right now. I don't think I have any mining drills on me, but I'll just make a few and repurpose the ones you've got. It's good that you built it right next to this stone deposit. I assume that's why you built it there. Okay, so because like right now, look, so few of these are even able to run. Right now. I'm going to just rip up the whole set here and then figure it out. Jeez, that train was going fast. That one was the Kerrigan belt, right? Hmm. Please don't kill me, trains. I can actually do even more if I put the power here. Oof. I'm getting nervous working here, man. I appear to have broken that line. Ugh! This line is supposed to be just Kerrigan, and for a while it had a little bit of stone on it. Is that going to cause problems? Probably not. Okay, so these are making 2.6 stone per second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I should just rate calculator, it's easier. Yeah, that makes 2 belts each. So each one of these needs its own line. So we'll do the... This one's to be stone. Well, that doesn't actually work because of power. Awkward. I've got to go all the way over here. Okay, that's Kerrigan. And stone... Or, sorry, that's stone. That's stone. Kerrigan... there, and then just do this like 3 more times. Figure out how the hell to get the stone over here. It's fine. Be convenient if I could just push it right into the warehouse, but... This is awkward. That pretty much takes care of those two. These ones can go this way. For heck, fucking... God damn it. Like, why? Why? Why is it like this? Why is it being so mean to me? Doesn't really matter. I don't think it needs to go through warehouse. Just merge the stone in. Kerrigan line, it needs to go somewhere. Maybe send it up to that warehouse. You don't like that? This is another stone. I'm gonna go deal with the Kerrigan return. Then there's one more. This Kerrigan can go up. And then one more stone belt coming over too. If I can figure out how to connect it with my mad freaking spaghetti skills. And there's room for... yeah. Okay, the only thing stopping them now is that they need their... I need more belts. Get a belt? God, these trains, man. This is a very dangerous intersection. Okay, so those are all working, and that just added... See how pretty that is, though, Jaywee? Like, 6 machines is exactly 15.6 stone. Technically, you could do 12 machines, because this is... they're stacked output. But there's just, you know, a warehouse in the way. Like here, I want to find a stone deposit and actually... If we could force the Kerrigan to get burned, like, guaranteed. Yeah, so right here, as an example, that would produce a ridiculous amount of crap. 31 stone a second on one belt. Use underground? Can't really use underground, unfortunately. I need the splitters to be here. I think I understand, like, you're wanting me to not have to put the poles here, but I can't do it. I mean, I could do this, like, put a space between them like this. And then there's space for an underground here. But that doesn't, like, save anything, really. We're either losing a tile vertically or we're losing a tile horizontally. So, I guess it kind of comes down to the availability of the deposit. In this case, I could maybe fit one more row. I'll try doing it this way. Yeah, it doesn't really... 2 miners per belt. Right, but we're offloading directly into a splitter. Yeah, so I've already recalculated it out. Like, if you just do this, it's 31 stone per second, 31 Kerrigan per second, but all the stone is on the top half of this belt from these miners, and all the stone from these miners is on the bottom half of this belt. All the Kerrigan from these miners is on the top half of this belt, and all the Kerrigan from these miners is on the bottom half of this belt, so it's still 2 total belts. The maths. One belt can move. If it was not a double like resource thing, it would be less confusing. But a single yellow belt coming directly from mining drills can do 30 items a second now. Yeah, so like you can do that, but then we've got to pull those out the opposite direction if you wanted. Also, you can share the electric poles right there. I would keep these going in this direction because it's 6 machines for sure. I don't think you run into that issue with splitters. I need to go get some resources and then I'll go build that one out. And we just need to make sure that the Kerrigan's getting used as like a primary fuel. Or where's that one build that like burns stuff to make tons of steam? We could set it up to guarantee that the Kerrigan is used first so that it doesn't overload the overall fuel. Then we can get a lot more stone. Okay, well, you're using side loading here on that one. Ideally, every single one of these belts that's coming from the mining drills, remember, this is stacked iron, it's a stacked stone. So this is effectively 2 belts. So it needs to merge with 2 of the belts that are coming out of the deposit to be equivalent. And right now you've got this bottom line is coming across and over here. Actually, here. Great use case scenario. Press M. Ah, shoot. It does... Well, for me, it's M. I think for you, it's G. Pressing it on a belt shows all the belt visualizing, but they're all connected, so it doesn't really help here. But you've got this one merging in with one line, and then this other one is coming from up and across over as well. They can't all merge in like that. Yeah, we never set up a different construction bot assembler thing, so this is the only machine that's ever added robots, and I don't know if it's been functional. I think fish oil delivery is the problem. Can we make them in the mall? Yeah, I'll throw down a bots craft anything. So, bots craft anything, I don't need to use the version that I updated that has the green wires. So I'm just gonna chuck this back into game blueprints though. And get one back on my bar. Right, fish oil. Fortunately, we have fish oil right here. So, I'm going to kill some of these. I believe I did set up a requester chest for construction bots, and I did set up logic, so that should work. We should have automated robots again. Glad that you asked, because I totally forgot that we had moved to the mall, to the new mall, and not actually got them set up. I'll also chuck some extra resources in there real quick. Let's see. Kickstart them. There should be enough logistics spots to, Oh. Circuit availability appears to be low. Interesting. Green circuits, I mean. And it's also intermetallics, as always. Alright, I should have the supplies to go. Work on that stone deposit. Should I add... Guess I'll have another... You never have too many sections, can you? There's a lot of different types of mining machine now, right? Rare earth, sulfur. Just stick with this. That's weird. Why is it requesting so... Ah. Need trash on, requested on. They have way too much stuff from back when I was setting it up. Alright, where was that stone, Leo? Remember which one we were looking at? Like 20 million or something? 22? Yeah. On my way. Does my system save bot flight time yet? Well, if we look at the robots, they are... Yellow is construction robots, white is logistics robots, so yeah, they're sticking to here. The construction robots are currently deconning a bunch of empty chests, apparently, and bringing back all those supplies, but that's a temporary job. Please don't kill me. I don't know if it's worth trying to, like, tap more of this. I think it's easier to just grab what we can out of this one and be happy with it. Like, I'm gonna make it easy on myself. I don't want to spend time really, like, wasting time. Trying to figure out how to path crap everywhere. So those 6 go one way, and... Honestly, I don't even care about those either. Just screw it. Annoying. Let's go do this on like 3 or 4 different locations and then we'll have stone. Alright. Ooh, that's a nice open stone field. Also. Where's that? I might go out there and... We need more brick, right? Brick and stone? Stone for moss, brick for stuff. Yeah, this is a beautiful setup to harvest stone really efficiently. Works great. Love it. Hmm. I'm supposed to be working on science. Why am I tapping stone? How did this happen? Military science back. Nice. If we're doing well on landfill production, it might be a good idea to start, like, planning to fill in some of these big water bricks that are close to the main mall and turn that into buildable science bricks or something. Like, this one looks great for production now that it's been filled in. What was someone saying about landfill? That we had 15k and I was pleased with it, but apparently we need more. Unsurprisingly. Doing a lot of shale oil from Kerrigan, nice. Apparently it's even distribution that's been overfilling these boxes. I had that setting on to dump into chests. Whoops. And that was ignoring the limits. They'll get it sorted eventually. This is me still not doing science, even though I keep on reminding myself I'm supposed to be focused on science today. Like, how does this keep happening? Whoops. Excuse me. Alright. Box is no longer overloaded. Science. I'm focusing on science again. I'm not going to worry about that stone field. I tapped 2 stone deposits. We should have plenty of stone now for moss. So back to this whole thing. I'm going to assume that we can bring in moss, we can bring in plastic. I need to go back and visualize this Cassine production chain again. There were a couple different ways to do it. There was the whole milking of Corlex. Alright, there's only one thing to do, just start from the beginning. We need fish and tufro. We need empty milk barrels, Corlex food. Boom, and then we need water barrels. So let's assume that we have a barrels and water barrels. You know what, this almost seems like a sushi belt setup might be a good idea. Because the amount that they need is so low. I have an idea. Okay, so let me chuck this over here for now. Mention that I've got a loop. Goes around these machines. We read what's on there. These are enabled, disabled. If the thing if empty barrel is less than, let's start with like 10 for now. I had to figure out if I can use an anything signal to make it automatically tell like what's on the belt in front of it instead of me having to manually enter them all. Probably not. And then let's actually switch over to a Combinator that will send a signal of, I don't know, S for supply. And then instead of measuring against the constant number that I have to manually control for each of them, it'll be annoying to try to like copy paste down it if I want to change the supply value. So just put this as S. And then we run S through there. Put S to, say, 20, and that should allow more milk barrels on, or more empty barrels. And I should have set these all to S before. Sup, nerds? Sup, nerd? How you doing, nerd? Alright, so this should work. Now we have a sushi belt that only allows for a certain amount of stuff. Then we have inputs for each of these machines. Near-handed drop lane. Outputs. And water barrels, huh? It'll take them a little while to get set up, but once they start running, the inserters should be able to keep up just fine. Why am I putting empty barrels? in the first place? Don't the belts end up having 7/8 more item because there's an unchecked belt for input line? Yeah, so ideally I want to move this to here. Oops. And yeah, there's no reason to introduce empty barrels for fun. Like, it's supposed to be water barrels. And then I could do somewhere, you know, like a water rebarreler. The barreling machine's job is to unbarrel the milk. Okay, S100 is way too high. Bum bum. Yeah, because now the belt's totally full. Honestly, this number could be really low. It should be fine. Go back down to 20 and see. The water rebarreler can be also over here. You're gonna grab empty barrels. You're going to output water barrels. Here, handed drop. We're using the outer belt for all of the stuff that's used by the dudes, and the inner loop for its output, which is going to be the filled milk barrels. I guarantee that the output of these is never going to be blocked by the rotating sushi. This will need supply of water, which I will honestly just use water fill and throw a pump like right here. It's fine. I do need to introduce some empty barrels, it looks like. Actually, no. This will add water barrels as needed until there are some. And then the rebarreler should do just fine. Fish. Alright, there are fish available, they're just not getting picked up. I just saw the fish go right by you, why aren't you picking up fish? Are these the wrong type of fish? They're raw fish. They don't want raw fish, they want fish. Not raw fish, fish. My bad. Try that again. Fish. The fish is wrong. Whoops. Fish. One more time. Ideally, this whole thing should actually be before the first set of inserters also. Ba-bum. So these get to grab right away. Don't have to wait for it to start building, setting up very quickly. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Water barrels. We are taking the Corlex milk and we're going to mix it with hydrogen chloride. Make the hydrogen chloride. We can take guts in a bioreactor. That or obtain chlorine and hydrogen. I assume that we have spare guts, probably. Guts. Ew, it says. Guts and more. Yep, there's 21,000 guts there. There's another 12,000 guts there. Yeah, we have plenty of guts. We'll use bioreactor to make guts into hydrogen chloride directly. This makes 5 a second. This wants 5 a second. Perfect. So we import guts. These machines make weird noises. Ba-bum. There's a turd we need to discuss. Okay, so does this system end up getting broken at some point if I let it run long enough? Supply stuff is 43 cans of stuff. That probably happened because it was it's the entity at the front. And when I moved the wire from here to here, it was uncapped, and so it just introduced a bunch extra. I want to, here, let's purge just the belt. Oops. Because I want to, let these machines run. It takes a while for them to run, and I want to see what happens with the filled milk barrels. There's the actual filled milk barrels. This is making 0.12 filled milk barrels per second. This wants 5 milk per second. Intermediates. I don't know why my brain just like can't figure out how to do the math on how much milk this actually is. Like, am I close to 5? How much milk is in a milk crate? Why is it so hard? That's what she said. We have a few more empty barrels than the S value, because I think both of the two barrel types are going to end up above S, but that's okay. Because those are the only two items that are allowed on the inner loop. Everything else is on the outer loop. So I don't think I'll ever have to worry about it overflowing. Okay, so there's 50 milk in a barrel. You're making 3 filled milk barrels. Just do the math manually. That's 50 milk times 3 barrels once every 100 seconds. You have a crafting speed of exactly 1. Right. So once every 100 seconds we get... Yeah, it should be 1.5 milk a second, right? I think. So if I have 4 of them, that's 6 milk per second, which is enough to cover this. Let's just test confirm that by putting in a empty infinity pipe to just consume all of the Cassine mixture for now. And I just want to confirm that this runs nonstop once the system's actually cycled. Appears to be true. This is a completely different way of making it, using Corlex milk and acetic acid, but I don't think acetic acid is... Yeah, it takes chromium and methanol. Methanol... We get methanol from... obviously methane. Thin gas can become methanol. Oh, interesting. Filtration media plus wastewater can just directly become methanol. This is wastewater, is it not? Interesting. So... let's figure this out. Methanol... did this. Getting 5 wastewater per second. This one's 6.6. Then we take the methanol. cook up some carbon dioxide, which is easy to get, if I remember correctly. Yeah, carbon dioxide is just coke or the biomass, and we're making tons of carbon dioxide, so I can just import carbon dioxide. Import filtration media, which comes from microfibers, activated carbons, pure sand, and glass. That creates acetic acid. The acetic acid interesting. So acetic acid plus Corlex milk. Is this a closed loop? I think this is a closed loop. Because we're getting 5 wastewater per second back out. If I fed the wastewater from this side, back over here, and we just gave it a little bit of wastewater to start. Provide filtration media. Provide chromium. And this produces 6.66 methanol per second. But that's if it had 6.66 wastewater per second. It's not going to have 6.66 wastewater per second, because this only makes 5. But that should just make it make 5 methanol. And this could make up to 12.5, but it doesn't need to. It could just make 5. So we're either making the Corlex milk into Cassine mixture by providing guts, or by providing filtration media and chromium. Not really sure why you would want to do this though, instead of just using guts. Maybe if you don't have guts. I think we could use the wastewater for something else that would be better. Yeah, turning wastewater into like urea, and then using the urea for formaldehyde stuff or fertilizer or whatever, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna do this part. It's interesting. We just export the wastewater. This seems to work just fine. This is ratioed to support this. We can move on to the next step. Next we take the Cassine mixture, which wants 3.33. We are making about 6. We have 2 machines. The math gets so weird. It's like, oh, you're only using 5 milk per second out of the 125. Yeah, but that's if this thing we're working all the time, and it's not. I think it's actually correctly ratioed, though. I did the math right. That gets us to here, which is gonna let this machine run most-ish of the time. We are going to import the water we are already making at a pump over here, so we can just hook that up. Move this whole thing down by 1. So I can access the water from this. Okay, this is supposed to be this pipe. Trying to keep it roughly in a line. I get this. Maybe here. Okay, so wastewater byproduct goes away. No, not wastewater, muddy. Muddy sludge goes away. And this is also the wastewater going away. Okay. These don't have access to water because I messed up this. Right. Okay, so that takes that. And ratioed wise, I think these two machines feed these two machines, feeds this whole thing. There's still that 1/6 or whatever, that extra 0.666 on. It's gonna break the system somehow, but how? Which number is gonna be bad? Do I care? If I'm reading it correct, it's gonna be fine. This makes 0.5 Cassine a second, and by outputs as well, byproduct outputs, muddy sludge and wastewater. Some power lines down. These need power, right? Yeah. So I think what we want to do, though, is rather than, like, try to build this whole setup in rows, do, like, a train brick that does milking, and then just import milk. Because that's what we've been doing with all the other types of animals, right? So this takes me back to the science stuff, and all that was to create Cassine. And Cassine is one of the things that we need. That's 0.5 Cassine a second. Each science lab wants Cassine. This machine can support exactly 3 labs. Alright, well. Clearly this does work. I think I want to focus on getting this part of the build working. Bunch of Corlex milk. Copy this into a train brick. Whole area is buildable. Just worry about the water at the very end so I don't break more and more of the floor. And also this section, this part doesn't really need to, Technically, these all can be on the same side. Instead of putting it on both sides. Power line there. Adding more shouldn't matter. Like, I should be able to just add as many of these as I want, I think. Wow. Wow. It just, like, perfectly lined up? That's nuts. Wait, This logic can end up going on, like, the very edge of the train stuff, and then the milking part can go on the very right part into the fluid outputs. Now it's just a question of, can I fit more of these? I think trying to do 4 is probably plenty. And if I had to choose where to leave space, I would leave spaces on the bottom or the top of a build so that there's room for other bricks to move stuff around if they need to. We'll run this one right here. And then run this one right there. I could possibly even run it all with one big sushi loop, but having 4 seems fine. Might need to tweak the S value now that the belt is like way longer. $36 of these wants still barely any stuff. This whole brick is barely going to consume. Not even like half a belt of fish. Do we already make tufra? We have some tufra being provided, but they are not being fed soil. That's weird. I think that there's a problem with this build, Purcell. Are you playing right now? I think that your bottom, the second and the 4th rows don't have access to soil. You're missing a inserter. Yeah, that one. See on that one, it's got a red inserter grabbing from the top belt, but all the other machines don't have that. I think it's just, there's supposed to be one right here. Okay, well if you're working on that, I'm gonna go build this, I hope that the easy squeeze ranch thing isn't a solved problem already. That I just spent all this time on. I figure if it were, someone would have said something, right? Hopefully. Corlex milk. Yeah, no filled milk barrels. Where is your... Okay, this needs to get attached somewhere over there. And other than that, I think I'm ready to... Let's do one on each of these. It's fine. Not a very big deal. Alright, where is an available train brick that has a resource that we don't care about? We care about uranium. Don't care about that. Molbididida. Yeah, that's really far away, but sure. Okay, so... Okay, we needed, Bish. We also needed Ufra. Also want... I forgot. Happens every time. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Fish. Kufra. Corlex food. And steel. Bum. Also get the fluid request stuff down. I'm going to be not using fluid, but I will be exporting fluid. That will be a fluid provider attachment. Bum. Here. And we're ready to probably paste this. It wants to line up. Feels like the corner indicators are not the same. Okay, it's just the corner indicators. I know what's wrong. Need to... Bum. Okay, Also grab this thing now. No, it's all fine. An auto-included concrete. Will one barreling machine handle all the milk barrels? Yeah. It can do a lot. Well... I guess I should double check. This is one filled milk barrel per second, and this can do... It can do 2.5 a second, yeah. And it's not just one barreling machine for the whole setup, it's one for each row. So technically I could get by with like this and then just have 2 sets. But I'm just gonna, for symmetry, I'll just do 4. Okay, I don't know why this is so annoying, but... And we can hook up the milk output. Bum. That's milk. Give me all of the stuff, and I'm gonna go build that. Rail. Milk. Alright, someone, probably me, also now needs to make sure. So we have Tufra. I saw that Ursula was working on that. I'm almost certain we have fish, but the actual Corlex food is something I think that needs to probably be made. Altogether, I need 1.44 Corlex food per second, which we can make in a burner assembly machine. Corlex food cannot be crafted in this machine. Okay. Look, it can only be made in an automated factory, even though it claims that you can make it in... That's a lot of stuff. And I'm gonna need at least... It's like 4 machines making it, so I need 1.44. This... I need 5 machines. Hmm. We add up all that stuff all together. It's 0.2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 0.5 plus 0.5 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. 6.2 items a second. We're going to want to use yellow inserters. So many damn inputs. How am I going to do this? Technically, 4 yellow inserters, 1.2 times 4, 4.8 items a second. Maybe I should do another sushi belt, honestly. Alright, swap these over. So we need in plate. Bolt. Fish. Hmm. Hmm. Too big. Alright, let's see if this works. I'm liking this sushi idea. It works well. Don't know why those red wires are included. Okay, is it making the Corlex food? This guy's still waiting on tin plate. The overall items per second that we need for all 5 machines is 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25 plus 0.5 twice plus 1. We need 31 items a second. So 1 belt is not... I'm only using half a belt also. I can support 2 machines. Is that right? It's only 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1. It's 0.4. So it's less than a full belt, but I'll need to use both sides of the belt. Is the input plus output more or less than 15? The total number of items per second is less than 15. So I don't think that I'll have to worry about inside lane versus outside lane. Shouldn't actually matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inputs. 6 times 1.2 is more than enough inserters. I think I should have one inserter that does near hand outsert and one hand that does long hand. Like near side, far side, so that no matter what, the output can happen. Oh, I broke the connection to the... Yeah, so that's 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 0.4. It's 12.4 items a second, and then this makes 0.3. I'm at 12.7 items a second on the belt, utilizing both sides. But I needed 5 of these, so I guess I'll have to... you know, do 3 setups. Overshoot production a little bit, so there's extra. Also, since it's only 2 machines, maybe I can lower the S value to just ensure. Seems to be working. Really pleased with the sushi belt concept. Now, as far as how I'm going to actually route everything, I should probably plan on pushing this further away. I'll need space to get the belts over. No, here's an idea. Oops. Okay, so that is what I'm gonna have set up coming off of the warehouse. Why is it? No, it's supposed to be like that. That's fine. Okay, and then I'll just do another set of them. That is how many total outputs? 24 outputs, and stations have 27, I think, at most. That would work. It'd be a little bit chaotic getting it set up, but that could work. Kind of crazy that it's going to need its own place, though. I'm going to use this one down here because I don't want to block the copper ore. Okay, absolutely zero chance I'm going to remember all the stuff. Unless I... this. Fash. No, no fash, just fish. What in the hell is a Kulk seed? Do we have those? Someone might need to get started on that. Okay, we need alternate row fluid requester. We want fish. Team. We need to specify temperature, right? We do have Kulk? Sweet. Alright, now for the tricky part. I grab 3 of these. Let me actually plan it all inside the test world so that I can guarantee that it's right. Herbs. Don't recognize your name. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we want to maximize all these things. Go here, put a pole. Center, and I'm going to use all 24 available outputs. So those 4 go there, these 4 go here, these 4 are going to go here. This is actually going to work out perfectly. It'll be so pretty. Okay, the infinity chests don't need to be there anymore. I'm gonna keep 1 copy of this, though, fully intact, just in case I need it. They can't be that close, I think. Hey. Double check that this all copied over correctly. Yep, that with mushrooms, seaweed, and meat. No, seaweed and flora, yep. Fish and meat. Bolt and tin. Yeah, it looks like it's all right. Okay, and then these, we want to go up and over. This, I'm going to vertical flip. Okay, and then this one gets flipped. That's that, and then we need to hook up the fish oil and steam. Get rid of the cheat chests. Or cheat, like, fluid sources. And, delete the whole thing and rebuild it. See if, now if I repurse, that's not a word to say, but, let's pretend like we've got the fluid. This side. For both got up there. Looks like the Steam connection did not work. That should work now. Okay, good, 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 good. Everything's good. Okay. I don't even know where I built that. Like, for real, where did I build that? Oh, down here. Alright. Having trouble connecting to the server? There's a situation that people run into sometimes with their Steam, rich presence or something. I remember that happening not too long ago, and you know, like even Ryguard had a hard time connecting at one point. I think it's related to that, but I can't say for 100% sure. Station looks built. Get the top station hooked up and see how many of these resources we actually have. Automated factory. I don't have any automated factories. Weird. Should see fluid deliveries coming soon. Two trains already dispatched. One bringing steam, one bringing fish oil. Sweet. This train grid's so strong. It really is pretty sweet. You can just slam down a station and then as soon as it's hooked up, trains just are like, oh, I got a job to do. Looks like the station got broken when I... Interesting. Well, I've been told that the solution to this is to just redo it. Unfortunately, that means I've got to do this again. Still not fash, it's fish. Well, damn. Help! Dockmart's still broken, even though I pasted a, blueprint down on top of it. I just had to manually unload trains. The inserters are not getting a signal. I don't know why. The fluid input station's working fine. I love sucking up the forest. It's so satisfying. To vacuum the forest. Alright, that one's working. It might have just been the first 3 trains that were dispatched. I'm not 100% sure. You don't happen to have automated factories on you, do you? Or any, do you have any intermetallics? Not moving! I'm trying to open you! Give me your intermetallics. You don't have any, damn it. I'm gonna go back and try to find some. I think that the automated factories were made in the old mall, and I never set up automated factory production in the train mall. I did just add a a thing for it, requester, but the lag is unplayable for you right now. How bad is it? What? I'm not showing, I'm not noticing anything. Sleep 0. Alright, now it's sleeping. Huh. I wonder what's different from yesterday to today. Yeah, I need to clear out sandbox stuff. Bum bum bum. We have absolutely no intermetallics? Weird. It looks like most of the ingredients have arrived. We're missing Kulk seeds. We can't have Kulk. I thought I asked earlier about Kulk, and someone said that we had it. Oh. Just request Kulk itself, and then I don't have any space to. I'm using every single output. Alright, I'll just find where the Kulk is and... Kulk. These stack to 100, so we'll say like 6,000. Alright, well, got everything set up for Kulk, or sorry, for Corlex food except for the Kulk seeds, so we are making progress. Somewhere up here was where the Kulk was. Hopefully people haven't talked too much and I can click on this link. Wrong one. I need to go to there. Close as I can get. Take me to the old mall. Sorry about the performance. I don't know. Is it a... I don't think that any of the mods that we've added in the last while have caused any issues, but maybe there's something we could do to try to fix UPS, or perhaps there's an argument for ripping up some of the old mall if it's just sitting and not functional anymore. Try to delete some of the base. There's also just so many hundreds and hundreds of thousands or whatever calculations going on with all these robots. Game is complicated, man. Landfill? Hmm. So I'm trying to get up to... Damn it. Personal, can you ping where the Kulk seeds were again? I lost track of it, and the conversation's moved too far. I can't see the link. I feel like I'm in the general area, but... Thank you. Oh, I'm above it already. Whoops. Okay, so we need... The build needs... Oops. I need 6 Kulk seeds per second. Each of these can make 1 seed per second. Okay. Hmm. This would be enough. That is enough to make only 0.4 net positive seeds per second. I need 6 per second. Damn, dude. For real? For real? So that's 1 block. Plan on importing. I don't have any slots to process it local. I'm using every slot on the output. So I need to do it wherever the Kulk is made. Yeah. I mean, I'll build another train brick of this if I need to. It's fine. Make clay. Just need a clay pit. That takes steam. Bum, 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 bum. think if I put them here and here... This needs to fit into a thinger. Hmm. How many tiles over am I? 4? I think I can make something work. Hmm. Can I? Yeah, I should just use two inserters. Not a big deal. Bum bum bum. Problem is the electric poles don't actually reach. Are both sides now. Oh well, an extra set. I swear I was gonna gain space doing this. What? How did I not gain space? Almost like I have less space now. What? Impossible. rotate it? Can't go underground, these things, right? They're way too big. Yeah. Well, let's see. If we put this over here also. And then just double check that the rate calc hasn't changed. That makes plenty of clay. We get grand total of 0.4 calc seeds net. This whole thing is going to give me 1.2 and I need 6. So I need 5 of these. Need steam. Altogether, makes up most of a brick. Well, it makes... Right, I need to add another one of these. And then the very end of this belt, we're going to take excess Kulk seeds, which are going to be on the bottom. Because we're only using near inserters. Blaze on the top. Seeds on the bottom. I'll just use a filter. So in one brick that's not really taking the entire amount of space, I get 2.4 surplus Kulk seeds. It'd be really nice if I could make 3. And I would just need 2 bricks. Alright, I'm gonna go get some coffee. Actually, it's kind of late for coffee. Surely there's a way I can fit it though. One sec. Okay, math. Okay, hmm. This makes enough to run 2 of these. I need enough to run that many. Right? This is 24. This is 12. Basically, I need to add another 12 to each of the 3 rows. But if I could just fit another whole setup in here, then would I... No, I just need to fit one more whole setup in. I don't need to add this 3rd machine. Easiest way to get to 3 per second in 1 brick is to just find a way to fit a 4th. Move them all up and at a half line. Wait, will that actually get me the exact amount that I'm shooting for? Because that could work too, yeah. We go all the way to the hazard line. Then just cut this one off. Oof. Now I'm seeing the lag. Whoa. What is that? Somebody's doing something. Someone's using factory search. I think that we probably should, Ming had suggested it yesterday, we should probably remove factory search. Ugh, it's not quite enough. I mean, I don't love the idea of slowing the game down. How about we rehost real quick without factory search? And see if it... Don't worry, I'm a... executive decision. It's a good mod, but, it's not good. It's a good mod, but it's not good. Is it called factory search? Yeah. Oh, not as a test? Or, sorry, not permanently, just as a test? That's fine then, yeah. But I think factory search was something we should have cut, for sure. No more factory search. Well, what if I... What if I pull all this over here? And we add another... this much. And this doesn't need to be... Well, it does kind of need to be at the very top. Bum bum. Seven by 14. I just run 8 seed machines down here. And 4 clay machines. Enough clay. Actually get by with just 2 machines. Near, far. You need to be near. I mean, they don't actually, because... Whatever though, I already did it. What total throughput are we talking? Bum, bum, bum. Absolutely, totally fine to use half a belt. Okay, so... I'm gonna run a split here, and a split here. And that belt is going to have feeds. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Whoops. Dang it. Just like, I'm like one tile away from having the right amount of space here. But I need to see what this actually feels like inside an actual grid. Yeah, it's actually too big. Oh, I know what I've been doing. Crap. I'm supposed to keep it within this, but I created this to, like, designate a test world for myself, like a test little box, but I'm not staying in the lines. These are not helping me. Hmm. Well, we can cut the last machine. Hmm. That's all rate calculated. Tiny bit of surplus clay. Doesn't quite make the 3 that I need, but I'm just gonna say that it's good enough. And just make 2 of them. Trying to get it to make it exactly 3 per second is whatever. Okay, and then we've got overflow, this stuff. Where to put some? It's kind of nuts that you have to build such a large thing just doing Kulk, and it doesn't even actually do it all. Hmm. Don't know where to put it. Too many ores everywhere. There's ores in every single patch that you see. Like... I'm gonna grab all those and then start making kickoff plantations. Well, I did focus mostly on science. I think I can say that I succeeded in staying on topic, on task. What broke? How's the performance after the rehost, by the way? Has it noticeably changed for anyone, or still the same? It could just be that we're at the natural stage where the station, the map's just getting too big. And that we will have to consider slowing the game down. You think it's better? Good. And I am really far away, apparently. Takes a while just to even summon a shuttle. Alright, take me to the mall, because I need to get Kulk plantations. Oh no! 2 people? Personal and allele? Just got... Ugh. Something happened? Okay, it wasn't just... It wasn't... I mean, usually it tells you when you're falling behind. Alright, so what did I do today? I did... basically the very first step to side spec 4. Which is to set up this thing. This entire process today has been about figuring out how do we make Cassine. And so all of the milking is just to make the Cassine. And then tomorrow or next time or whatever, I can plop down copies of this and we can knock out Cassine. I hope I didn't overbuild the milk, though. I think I did. Like, didn't I math out that I only need 4 of the milk producing things to run 3 science machines? And yet I built an entire train brick that makes milk, which means that we're going to be making way more Cassine than we actually need, which means... I placed that build too, right? This one? No. Wait, no, I did, didn't I? Where though? Out here. Okay. Right, the only thing that wasn't working about the... somewhere down here. Here. Is the Kulk seeds. Okay, so... this is pretty, I like this. I'm pleased with this setup. Once we get the Kulk seeds, then we've got the Corlex food. Once we have the Corlex food, then I can focus on finishing the build for the Corlex milking. But need the Corlex food first. We have fish, we got everything. We got Tufra, we got... I'll need to set up... yeah, requested steel, because I'm just going to make milk barrels here. As needed. Okay, right, I need Kulk plantation. Or botanical nurseries. How many do I need? Way too many, right? Altogether, it's like 168. Ugh. Freaking intermetallics. How's it possible that we still have no intermetallics? Like, I swear, we've solved this problem so many times. Intermetallics. Not a single machine is running, because there's no Vittelroy. There's no Vittelroy, because there's no nickel plate. What? Nickel plate is the problem. It's not one thing, it's something else. Nickel plate provided by one station, amount 32. No nickel grade 4 because glassware brick. Okay, is that for Science Pack 4? Something's backing up nickel production, and I can't quite tell what it is yet. It is that we're not casting because there's no molten nickel. There's no molten nickel because there's no nickel grade 4. There's no nickel grade 4 because there's no nickel grade 3. There's no nickel grade 3 because there's no nickel grade 1. There's no nickel grade 1 because there's very little nickel rejects, and also it was sand. Alright, so sand was full, and therefore it couldn't get off the belt. We need to set up a, an incinerator setup then. I think I added that to the game blueprints, didn't I? Should have. Alright, I'm gonna go find wherever I built that thing. It was at the end of a... this. Actually, what I should do is just use X plates. Fuel line. Oh, right. You can't do fuel line in... You can't use text plates in the test world for some reason. Right. Alright, I'm throwing this into the game blueprints. This is a simple setup where you can feed up to 4 belts, 60 items a second, into a series of burners that cross-feed into each other. So if, like, nickel can't be produced because there's too much sand, and we have already hooked it up to the train grid and we're just not requesting enough sand, then you can set up prioritized splitters so that it will go down this thing and get burned. Like, an example of it is over here, where the problem was if there's too much sand, then too much stone, then the whole thing shuts down. In this case, it's just that there's plenty of copper, but needed to guarantee that it would always run. So I'd recommend adding that to the nickel production if anyone's inclined. Really, even to like all production. Yeah. Export my ash from where? Yeah, ideally you run your byproducts through the thing. But that thing is only running if there's a problem. Like, you can see that there is ash in here. I do export my ash. See the prioritization right here? This is the ash feed. Ash goes in. Technically, I could export the ash that these things make, but I don't care about that ash. That ash burns itself. The ash sets itself on fire and goes away. So that this system, this overflow... This is basically an overflow, like, exhaust pipe, but for solid items of any kind. But, yeah, there's 26k ash in here. It's waiting for 60k, and... Alright, so I'm trying to make more Kulk plantations. And yet I can't because I have no intermetallics because of the nickel problem, which is apparently fixed, in theory, until I look at it again, and then it won't be fixed anymore. It's not like we have endless robot production anymore, right? We got rid of most of it, and I set up the logic so that it only adds more if we need them. So we do have essentially uncapped construction robot production still, because we always have 0 availability. So that is a constant drain on intermetallics, but... Is there nickel somewhere that I could, like, just take over to the intermetallics depot? I'm gonna do a hand drop off of some nickel. Try to bootstrap this Fiddleroy. There's multiple stations that have some ash. 22k, 27k, 16k, 18k. One is at 37k. This one here. But yeah, it has to wait for a full 40k. We have ash, but it's being processed generally. Alright, so this wants nickel plate, and I'm going to give it my nickel plate. God, I love the shuttle mod. It's insane that you can just press Control J and then it's like... It locates where you are on the train grid, sends a train to you. Like, it's insane. I love it. Although it does take longer and longer for these trains to get to me, considering how far away you have to be just to do stuff. What's the ash that you need? Like, why do you need it? Be clear, those 3 Logibots are 3 intermetallics per second. Right, but the intermetallics production is, in theory, if we actually had nickel, all, well, 3.33, or 3.26 is the available production there. But that's also... Oh, can't get home, huh? It's also... What was I gonna say? Like I said, I set up the logic. We're not making logistics bots endlessly. So it's not consuming intermetallics to make logistic bots unless we need them. No medium poles. That's right, I need a fluid requester station here. I think this is alternate row. Nope. Main row, fluid requester. Team, please. Okay. Let's chuck some bulk into those, get this system primed and ready to run. Hopefully we have a steam train on its way. Yep, already dispatched. I need to finish this up here though so that the trains can leave. They're gonna get mad. You can't find your way home, huh? Weird. Can't you go that way and then... Thought that... Thought I gave him enough of a path, but apparently not. And I'm out of rail. Okay, we got some that have turned on. For real though, like why can't these trains figure out how to get home? Anyone have any ideas why? I don't think there's any rail missing. I don't get it. They're confused. Missing one rail on the north. Like, actually missing? Well, I don't have any idea what I just did or removed, but yeah, there they go. I am super low on resources again. I have to go back to base and get some more Kulk plantations, and this is just one of the 2 that I need. So... Come back to me, robots. We're gonna go home soon. Right. Be right back. Maybe it would have been better to, instead of trying to do a whole brick of just milk, as cleanly as that fits, which I do find very pretty, it may have been better to just focus on this, and then be able to scale science production, Cassine production, based on more of these units, instead of, you know, what is my purpose? Your purpose is to make milk. Hmm. Okay, so to get more, I need more Kulk plantations. I always try to spell it K-I-K. Anyone have any intermetallics? Oh my god, we actually have intermetallics in the deposits. Except intermetallics aren't being pushed into the... Oh no. I see what happened. Okay, so Ming's logic is what's controlling what we're still manually telling it what to pull out of the biggest deposit into this one. And I set up the logic that I did on the circuit stuff this morning to only work on these three, not on these. These should all use that logic as well. Jeez. Well, intermetallics will get pushed through now. Actually, these should use it too. I haven't noticed it being bad at all, personally. Is milk used by any other processes? That's a great question, actually. Okay, so filled milk barrel makes empty milk barrel. That's not what we care about. We care about filled milk barrel makes Corlex milk. Corlex milk. Corlex milk is used in disposal sinkholes. It's used as part of the recipe to make good alien samples. Numal rations. Quality Numal meal. Compost, as always. Cassine, which is part of the science pack we're about to start doing. And a different way of making Cassine. And Corlex milk plus sulfuric acid also makes Cassine. And then there's also something called a genetically engineered Yotai fruit Mark II. So yeah, multiple things want Corlex milk. Just control-click all the stone out of the 2 cargo wagons and dump them into the closet. And then stand by and watch for a sec to see if the next train has the same problem. It could be that you broke all the logic, or you just broke the logic for that one train. Yeah, just that one train got stupid. Because Cybersyn is dynamically controlling the filters on the trains based on what Cybersyn says that train's supposed to do, and yeah, sometimes it gets messed up. So I noticed you're adding more moss, but you didn't copy my blueprint that uses the logic that turns on the old recipe if we don't have stone. Like, why didn't you? This build here is better. It uses logic to be logical. But what if it doesn't have stone? Then the whole thing turns off. just have stone, I guess. Alright, it's almost 6. Got about 5 to 10 more minutes and I'm probably going to wrap up for the day. It's been a good productive day though, I think. Kind of quiet for a Saturday, but really enjoying playing. I didn't expect to get so into Factorio again. Pyanodons is like... it's a really well made mod. We have 4 turds. Seaweed. Hmm. Come on, I ran out of rail when there's one more. Just one. Jeez. Also, I completely left my robots behind, so... Whoops. The next session's probably the one to finally get rock slaughtering started? Started? Well, I suppose we are mostly murdering augs. But Vrox, I thought we also had a huge setup that was murdering them. Didn't we? Okay, robots, come back into my belly. And I think this is a situation where I do want to put down a actual roboport. Even though it's far away. And we're gonna grab some. Only into a passive provider, but we're gonna grab some of the Kulk. So that the robots can eventually fill in all the stuff. Otherwise, they can't. Although I could go to here. Grab the 1,000 that are in there. I should probably do that. There may be an issue with Kulk seed brick. Splitters for fresh seeds into processing. First row will get 50% of all production. Export most. Next 1/4. Next 1/8. So the way it works is that they take seeds and then they make Kulk. The Kulk itself all goes this way only. And then all of it gets turned into seeds. Then the seeds go this way. And then, yes, 50% of the seeds go this way. Yeah, you're right. I think there is a problem. I'm gonna add a note. Need to logic seeds. Set up or something. Because, yeah, it needs to check to see if there's seeds on the belt, or maybe I could do something like check to see if the last machine's working or not, and if it is, then that means there were enough seeds, and if it's not working, then shut off, so that it doesn't just pass the seeds forward like it is. Apparently I'm out of rail. I should maybe carry more rail in my... Did I really go through 500 rail, though? Wow. I don't really want to carry more than that. It's going to be quite a while till the cacao plantations are fully built and also able to export, so I can solve that issue later. Doesn't have to be right now. But it should be like the first thing I do tomorrow. You know what's funny is the Blueprint Shotgun mod maker, Melon I think was his name. After the session I had with Rygard, I remember complaining how, you know, there's no setting, there's no option to even modify it, and immediately the mod got updated, and now you can. Now you can make it stronger. It's pretty cool. Also, I don't need to worry about fixing the seed logic yet because it's not hooked up to the warehouse. So, it will eventually be a problem for sure, but right now it doesn't matter. Dang it. One useful backseating experience. Yeah, it's fine. It's good. I don't even really consider that backseating. Alright, I want to do one more thing before wrapping up in the next few minutes, and that is to go on a train ride. Well, we had intermetallics, but it seems like they are now missing again. How much you want to bet that it's a completely different reason? It's not going to be because of nickel, it's some other bullshit now. Intermetallics. Still no Vittelroy, and now It's because of the antimony oxide again, not nickel. I'm so surprised. It's not one thing, it's another. We just need more antimony. Anti-money. Lead antimony alloy is requesting it. Which is one of the places we make intermetallics? No, it's where we make lead antimony. Lead antimony is not intermetallics. Whoa. First off, those chutes can't function at full speed with these belts. Assuming that this is a full belt, which probably isn't, but... That's like a lot of lead antimony. And I'm upset that there's so much anti-money oxide sitting in that warehouse, that deposit, instead of going to intermetallics. User batteries do not touch. Hey, I'll touch it if I want to. It's just one train load, I know, but like, we could use intermetallics right now, but logics, you know, there's tons of lead antimony, like there's whatever, we've got it. We don't need to make more of it, but the train delivered it anyway. And I know the next train will probably go to the other place, but it's still kind of silly. That when we have absolutely no intermetallics at all, we're going to send the only train to make more lead anti-money. You know, part of the reason why we probably don't have any anti-money is because some dumbass, like, added everything to the mall, the bot mall, and told them to just, like, you know, build all the machines, even if we don't need them. And, it's trying to make 50 of every machine, even if they cost intermetallics. That guy was a dumbass. Can't believe we keep letting him join. Like, do we really need 50 sulfur mines? Probably not, right? Kind of silly. But we have 50 molybdenum mines. We've got 41 sulfur mines. Like, eventually the problem will go away. It's just... You know, Ming, Ming's probably not here right now, but this bots craft anything blueprint, actually really easy to modify it so that that the amount, you can set this as a parameter. Right, so, like, so now you can just, instead of having to, like, know that you've got to change it, like, just do that, done. And now, that inserter will, you know, it's just a strictly better version of the blueprint. I don't know why I forgot that you can do that. I'm going to replace Botscraft anything with this one. Actually, based on that, whoopsie. It's so nice that it doesn't, like, put the items on belts anymore, it just throws them on the floor. And auto-decon planners them for you.
Yeah, I want to redo the bots craft anything blueprint first thing tomorrow. It shouldn't... I don't think we want to be doing this 50k buffer chest thing. I just... and also, the parameterization of it should be so much stronger. Like... it should say... request wood, request fiber, request whatever, and then also it should allow for just more configurable parameters. I'll be right back. Like, there's just way too much shit in these chests. I want to double check, like, how they're wired, like, how many items they're requesting. Each one has 100 wood. That's also just insane. That means that for this entire setup that has, what? 116 assembly machines, so we need, like, 11,000 wood. Too much wood. Yeah, I know that they need wood, but remember if you check the bonuses, like, our robots can carry one item at a time. So we're suggesting that we need to have 100 individual deliveries of one wood for every single burner miner, every single burner machine, instead of just like 5. Like, just 5 is enough. They don't need 100. And also they should get deliveries of other types of fuel too, like, instead of 100 wood being the only type of fuel, it can be wood, it can be fiber, it can be raw fiber, it can be biomass, it can be whatever. Any kind of fuel. It can be raw coal, for crying out loud. Like, well, shouldn't be because of the, No, actually, it totally can be, because even if they did have ash, the storage box, for the moment, is set to trash unrequested, which would trash ash automatically. But, anyway. A little bit of chaos for right now, but I think it'll be good to redesign the all stuff. I'm gonna just put a note here to start session redesigning if we need more ash, like actually, then instead of burning wood, we should intentionally burn the ash, the entity that can be burned that has the most ash per energy, which is Kerrigan. Like, just burn that, and then we get lots of ash. So, again, I'm gonna... let's see. Uh-oh. I just deleted the game blueprint. Crap. I thought that I had 2 copies of it, but I did not. Alright, I can update this one. Yeah, use what for fuel might not be good to specify because it's extra work. The whole point is to make it easy to paste. I want to double check it's working. Alright, well, I've updated it to... Yeah, I'm gonna work on it tomorrow. Okay. Wrap it up in 3 minutes. Anyone working on a project or wanting to add a note, now is a good time to do so. Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully before late, because I started today. Didn't mean to start so late. Bum. Gotta help these poor guys out. Moving stuff around is easier for me than it is for them. You know what I should do, actually, is... Throw down this thing here. Oh, Green, thank you for the raid. I'm so sorry, though. I'm about to wrap up in, like, -1 minutes. We were supposed to be done already. I'm just getting distracted by the fun, the potential of, this stuff. Bum bum bum. Okay. Okay, for real though, I gotta wrap up. I can't keep playing. I can't just keep playing forever, like I want to. Even though I want to. $1,763 logistic bots, nice. Yeah, sorry, Code Green. It's funny. It happens like it's like the end of your session, probably time zone wise, just sort of lines up with mine. I usually wrap up between 6 and 6:30 Eastern Standard, which is today, you know, right now, like -3 minutes ago. So appreciate the raid though. Pyanodons. I want to rip up all the rest of this stuff too and redo the whole bot thing. Okay. Oh. At Julio, set up a request test so you get them with logistics robots. What are we talking about? Well, what you should do is add to this. Here, I'll just walk you through it. So if you want stuff, this is not just like for me, this spot. Anyone can use this. But what I would ask you to do is, so this, I should maybe be more clear about how this thing is set up to work. This one here add things you want to be super quickly delivered when you get off a, what's it called? Shuttle? Tram? Shuttle tram? A train? Whatever. Just a train. So for example, the top 5 boxes or 6 boxes, whatever it is, I have individual things set. And then I've got buffer intermediates, buffer plates. But like if you want to just add a section, say like I also want, you know, whatever, then you could just add that, and then it spreads the load between all these chests. Easy peasy. So like, for example, if you want, you just add landfill. And now all these chests will automatically request landfill. 1/8 of the amount that you said. 5 is 1/8 of 200, right? Yeah. Alright, anyway, sorry. Got distracted. Most of them are idle a lot, but that's because they're not flying all over the map, which is how they're supposed to work. God, that's a lot of construction rope. Look at them go, man. I think we're going to need to find a better solution than this just have one huge construction network. We might need to create some sort of, like, compartmentalized thing and then, you know, export items needed to push the rail network out from the main center point to, like, a logistics point and then isolate the networks. Anyway, okay, I gotta wrap up. Getting late. Have a good night. Thanks for playing. See you guys tomorrow.